All right. Oh, I was gonna twist this the other way. There we go. All right. Well, starting off simple right now. Gonna try to put this switch together. Switch body, switch actuator. Oh, where's the switch actuator? Oh, way over here. All right. Alright, so first thing is I actually have to assemble this switch. This is actually the wrong switch. They sent me the wrong one, but I want to get going on this. So here we go. All right. All right, so the housing, this is the switch. It's supposed to have two halves. You lean it one way or the other to activate one of these two buttons. This should be the retaining screw, but the question is, how do I get it? Oh, well, seems like that fit in there a little bit at least. All right. The precise position of each actuator is to ensure the flat surface. Please pay close attention. They are quite small. 6mm retention nut and an O-ring, and I believe that shouldn't be necessary for this. All right. So these are the shims, and I believe they're to go in these holes right here. Well, weren't kidding about incredibly tiny, huh? Is it still in there? Ah, it came out. I might need to get some tweezers. At least they're both on there. Oh. Hi, Vivian. Thanks for tuning in. All right, I'm pushing. Oh, well, that one didn't work. Well, okay, that one got in. Yeah, I thought they were, looking at the bag, I thought these were like magnets or something, but they're actually, here, let's zoom in. So I want this in the hole. Did it go in? Where is it? Oh, they're both in there. You can see them shining. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So in theory, that's shimmed enough that it should be able to activate the switches on here. Oh, yeah. It wasn't clicking before, but that's clicking now. That's nice. That's special. All right. So all this needs to go in here. So I ordered basically like this, but it's a pixel switch from Saber Armory, and they sent this by mistake instead, and they're taking care of it. I'm just going to use this temporarily in this so that I have a switch with which to activate my saber. All right. Then we have this retaining screw, if I can get it in right. There we go. And I'm going to need, yeah, I bet I can adjust my spanner wrench to actually fit this. Bare minimum size, but let's have a look. See if that fits. That is too wide, so I'm just going to get a big screwdriver. Get that in there. Once it's in there, I'm going to do an electrical test just to make sure that I have it lined up with the buttons. All right. Orange screwdriver, orange screwdriver. There's the orange screwdrivers. Ah, perfect. So you can see there's a notch on the left and the right side. I think that's all it needed. Yep, the other side doesn't quite feel right, so I'll pop it open. Not both of the buttons are clicking at the moment, so pop it out, take a look. Looks like one of the shims fell out. Both of the, yeah, well, now both of them are out. Woohoo! Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Gosh, I almost need to super glue these suckers. You can see why they send them disassembled. It should be annoying to have to do for every switch you send out. All right, they're both in there. Turning it upside down is a bad idea. Let me pop it out again. All right, both of the shims are still in there. All right, well, the problem is that this takes a lot more pressure to get in there than I would like. Oh, jeez. All right, well, there we go. Do it again. Okay. Carefully drop that in. She's in there. She's got both of the shims. All right. Now Let's keep it face down. All right, she's in there. All right, I just rotated it with my nail. That might be it. It's flat and the clicks feel clean. We'll find out in a second. Kind of need to put this in before I can actually push the button and see how it goes. It's not a perfect screwdriver for this, but it'll do the job. All right. All right, the 2 halves. It's solid clicks. I'm just going to give it a little bit more of a turn. And I'm not happy with how that is. All right, it might just be that you can't tighten this too much. Just tighten it. So this one's got, so the left one's got a good click. The right one feels like it has a bit of a click, you know? All right, tighten it enough, you get neither of them clicks, which makes sense. That would be, both of the buttons would be clicked at that point. Oh, there we go. Nice solid clicks on both sides now. That's what I want. All right. All right. Just, so I'm just tightening it with my finger so that it's just barely. All right. Getting clicks on both sides. All right. I think that's working good. Shoot, testing that with the electrical probe is going to be annoying. But once I get wires on it, it'll be a lot easier. All right. Now, webcam. All right. Zoom out again. Zoom out again. There we go. All right. So we got our switch assembled. I guess it's not going to be the final switch. We just need a switch. S1 is on this side. S2 is on. Oh, that's definitely in the holes. The whole switch is twisting when I rotate it. Well, not so much I can do. All right, great. Maybe. It doesn't matter. Like I said, this switch is thoroughly temporary. Just while I get what I need done. That's going to be difficult to solder while it's in there, so I might need to take that chip apart in the process. All right, so custom core today. I spent the weekend modeling this to fit inside my old Ember Heart. At least that's the title that I got from Rebel Sabers. It's called something else on Damien Sabers. So some elements that should be familiar. You know, it's got the separated UI elements so that it can be pushed up by the screw from the back. Also makes it, I guess, kind of modular if somebody wanted to try this in a separate thing. We got battery chamber, room for a kill switch. They got this area here is designed for the control board to slide into. In fact, I'll demonstrate that in a moment. Once I figure out where I put down, oh, it's over by the computer. I was setting up the config and flashing it earlier. There it is. It remains to be seen if everything is actually going to fit in properly. The intent is that this is going to slide in like this, right there. In retrospect, could have pushed it more up in the body. There's always opportunity to adjust this and reprint a new one later, but gonna get going with this one. So that's where the board's gonna go. Battery goes in here. So we've got these terminals. I believe I ordered these from Saber Armory. They sell them there. There's modeled little holes in the shell for them to go into. That one goes in there. This one goes right there. You can see the terminals stick out the bottom. Now, I didn't make this a sphere. Instead, I made the core a octagon. And as a result of that, it's a lot easier to 3D print and not have lots of weird sagginess going on. But it also means that when I've got this in here, the shape of things, the metal contacts can't actually touch the shell. I'm planning on using a semi-liberal amount of Kapton tape to insulate some of it, but I think by and large it's not going to be necessary. But we got this here. We can already see battery snaps right in. Everything's sized nice and neat. So another high amp kill switch from Saber Armory. That's going to go right in here. I'm not going to glue it in place. I'm going to let that be held in place just by the soldering on the other side, because down here I'm just going to take the positive terminal and go immediately to the center pole of the switch. That'll serve to hold the switch in place and makes it easy peasy for just the current to get through right there. So for that, I'm going to grab some 20 AWG. I've only got 20 and 22 on me right now. I ordered some smaller gauge for some of the components. We might not get everything wired up today. So I ordered some smaller gauge along with smaller JST connectors so that I can use those to really nail things down. Where's my wire cutter? There's my wire cutter. I say by nail things down, I'm really meaning get some wires that may need to be a little bit smaller. I want to try to make this disconnectable so that the Saber can still be taken apart. But we're going to see what's even possible based on all this. And this is all going to be really interesting because a lot of this soldering is going to have to happen right here in the plastic shell. Reminds me, I gotta set up my stand for my soldering iron. Just using a simple USB-C based soldering iron. So I want to at least get I want to start by getting the very basics done. I want to get the power soldered up to the switch, and I want to try to get power fed to the proffie board, and I want to hook up the saber emitter. Now the saber emitter is going to be this whole thing right here. The Damien sabers came with one. This was the this was the original Xeno one that I had. I actually had to send back to them for one that had longer pins because it doesn't actually work. Like, it barely is able to make contact with this. The unfortunate situation right now is that the new, I think it's the NXL V4 or PNXL, something like that. Looks like a really awesome board. I'm looking forward to wiring it up. But the long pins that it supposedly come with are the same length as the short pins that this one came with. So I have some other pins on order. And so when those arrive, that'll have to be a future video, removing all the pins from this board and then soldering in long pins instead. So that'll be fun. But for today, just to get things up and running, I'm going to transplant it into this case because this case works really good with the housing in here that holds this above the crystal chamber. This crystal chamber is a big reason why I had to custom design this, because I needed to pack everything into a shorter core than, well, on printables there's a universal Damien Sabers core, which is very truthful in that title for the most part, but this saber just happens to have a little shorter area, so I have to make this actually the same size as a stock Xeno core. You can see like this one here. This is the one that I've been running inside of it. It's got no emitter and instead a connector. And I want to keep this kind of connector, but I'm realizing with what I'm doing here, and honestly with this, like it shouldn't be using this small of a connector for the amperages that it can potentially push. I mean, it's not long and constant, but this size of connector isn't rated for more than a couple amps. It may still be safe. There's, you know, ratings are built on like fudge variances and all that, but we'll see. I have the ability to, and I've got the wiring, so I'm going to try to make it work. All right, so I'm going to take this little piece of wire and I'm going to use this to bridge the battery terminal and the switch. Ooh. Need to use some pliers to pull that out. So this is solid core, which means it'll work. It'll be real good for right there. It'll stay nice and, well, stay nice and solid, but specifically I'm interested in that it won't bend or unfurl. Stranded core, like you cut off a piece of it and like the little strands can go everywhere, but this gives me one solid piece that's going to stay put. And all I got to do is get it to bridge between these two terminals here. I'm going to zoom and see, you can see better. This is the battery positive and these are the terminals for the switch. And all I need to do is just make that connection right there. So I get to figure out how to do that without making a mess and without destroying the core, because this is really going to require soldering it right here in place. All right, I need to get this to stay in. So I'm going to go grab some tape and hold that in place. All right, just slap a little bit of this on here. Yeah, it still can move a little bit, but that should be still enough for what we're trying to do. All right, now I need to clear everything meltable or burnable about between my soldering iron and where I need to work. All right. My poor solder dispenser. 'Tis as it is. All right, heating her up. Oh, while that heats up, I'm gonna plug in this light because that'll be nice to have a little bit more light. Well, the light does not seem to want to run from my laptop, so I'll have to get a battery later. All right. All right, soldering iron's up to speed. Clean it off and tin things a bit. This blade's not in great shape. Alright. Just gonna solder that up. There, got a nice little blob on there. There we go. Alright. There's my little piece. Oh boy, I'm gonna need something to hold that with. It's not my fingers. All right. Ooh, I think that'll work. Just need to clip off that end. But then just need to, honestly, that right there is really great. I'm just gonna put a tiny bit more solder on it. A bit too big of a blob right there. Sorry for taking it out of view. Sometimes that's how it's got to go. Not getting enough. Bridging the connector here. There, I think that'll do it. Yeah, not the prettiest in the world, but it's not shorting anything. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Cool. And then all I need to do is clip off the tip of that. Using my Swiss Army knife for a lot of this. Come on. Ah, there we go. Bam, look at that. And that's bridged. That should be enough solder to handle. There we go. Now this doesn't want to go anywhere either. From the bottom, it's not even moving. Yeah, all right. Maybe not the cleanest solder job. I could have probably scrubbed and maybe put a little flux on it, but yeah, I think I'm happy with that. All right, so where did I put my multimeter? I mean, it'll be pretty obvious, really. All right. So here's the schematic of what I'm trying to do. Maybe not all of it today, but do it in stages, try to build it in ways that make sense. Maybe assemble a couple connectors. So the battery it goes to the kill switch. You can see at the top, and then the kill switch is basically the output of that is going to connect to almost everything else. And so I'm planning on using some 20 gig solid core for the trunk that's going to go out to everything else. Let me actually pull that out of the box here. To make sure that the wiring coming out of the battery and the switch can handle the amperages of everything that it's needed. So let's see here. How do I want to do this today? Put this in. All right, so the battery terminal and to the battery negative terminal. Now, it's good news for my wife on her doctor's visit. Fantastic. All right, so since, let me switch back to the close-up. So since this comes in here on the sides like this, I'm going to need to solder it. I've got a little flexibility, so as long as I don't let the solder go out to the edges too much, shouldn't have a lot of trouble. Connecting from here to here, though. For now, I'm going to do a direct solder just to the power. Partly because I just want to get going and see this thing working. So since the power is on this side, the batteries, here, let me refocus here. All right, so the terminals I need to wire to are here for the battery, for the positive, and then the negative battery wires up here. Now, I was initially going to wire in a charging circuit with this, but apparently this board has built-in charging capabilities, so I'm just going to give that a go, see if I'm happy with it, and if not, I'll consider wiring in the charger chip. So the charger chips, you can see this is the charging chip right here. Basically wires between the battery and the USB port, and that's going to be a whole thing too. So this connector housing, which isn't my cleanest printing job, it's going to have USB-C here, and then actually the switch that we wired up goes right here. The friction fit with that, gravity fit with that, and then the soldering wiring should hold it in place. I might need to hot glue the USB port, but the USB port actually isn't necessary at this stage, so I'm not considering it phase one. If this all goes really well, might knock that out today, but one thing at a time. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what we can do soldering wise to get this going. Yep, all right. All right, iron's warming up again. We're going to start by putting some solder on this top terminal over here. There, not too much, but a good blob. Yeah, no contact, this we want. So I guess that means left on the switch is going to be on. So let's get some solder on this guy. Let's make proper use. Oh, I should remove the SD card while soldering. It'll probably be fine, but I don't want to risk heat problems. All right, so here's our chip. Ah, jeez. I need to tighten up the thing that holds my soldering iron. It likes to fall open. There we go. It's a little more up and down. Where did I put my solder? It's over here. All right. So I'm gonna put some right. Oh, right. This I definitely want to put some flux on. Impossible to cleanly apply this nonsense, but whatever. All right. All right, got some there. some there. I'm going to hit a couple slots that I know we need. Solder in. I want to look at the bottom of this real quick. Oh yeah, that's clean. That's clean, that's fine. All right, let me look at let's look at the wiring diagram real quick. Just triple check. So switch going to the two corner ones. Where's the common for the switch? It goes to data. Goes to voltage for the switch. We shouldn't need the voltage line for the switch, actually. That's pretty much just for the one I ordered is supposed to have like RGB lights in it, and until we get that working, that's not going to be necessary. So 2 buttons, and then the switch wires to ground. S1 to that, C to bat neg. You just look at the, yep, C for common, C to common for ground. All right, so I should put some solder on the other ground terminal. Those 2 LED, I should just the entire top row, I should throw some solder in there. And the speaker lines, yes, all right. I should probably just be putting solder in everything, but don't want to do everything right away. All right, I need to get this a little more horizontal. We'll hold it like that. All right, put some. Great. All right, not the best angle for you guys, but a better angle for me. And I can turn my light on. All right, here I go. All right, speaker plus. Should note, I am not a professional electrician. I am not super great at soldering. As with most things I do, I know enough to be dangerous and not much else. All right, get some on this ground circuit here. All right, need to look at the diagram again. Check. All that stuff. Check. That's for the USB port. I'm not going to worry about that right now because the USB wiring is actually changing a little bit. But I could still put some on there. Not right now. All right, speakers, check. The emitter, I need data 2 and free 1 and data 3 all wired up. All right, data 2. Free 1. And data 3. A little more on this one. All right. And then we need for data 1 and data 2 need it. All right. I think that's solder on most of the critical ports. It doesn't leave the Bluetooth workable. Okay, I haven't put in solder for the Bluetooth. I haven't put solder in for the, what the hell is it? The USB port. But the crystal, the speaker, the accent lighting, yeah, most of that should be all set. All right. Let's go ahead and take that off. And now it is a sticky mess. So I'm going to get some isopropyl, clean things up just a little bit. All right, go on. All right. As I clean up the gunk, I can get a better look at how my work went. Need to make sure that I haven't bridged anything. Gotta say, I'm actually pretty happy with how these solder points look. Not as messy as it could be. Certainly as sticky as it could be. My goodness. All right, a little on here. I think that more or less takes care of that. All right. Now I'm going to use my close-up to analyze, make sure that there's no shorts. It's looking good, looking good. These two could short if they want to, but they don't have to. I need to wash my hands. It's okay if these two did short, because these are connected on the board anyway. Yeah, I think all that's pretty good. Now let's make sure it all still fits in here. Oh, like a glove. Like a glove that needs an alcohol bath. My goodness. I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to soak this in a little ice. Oh my goodness. It's just getting everywhere now. I mean, you saw I basically dumped the, let's make a little bath here. I basically dumped a whole bunch of flux onto it. So just let that soak a second. All right. I need black wire. So since, you know, electricity is a circuit, I'm going to have 20 AWG running up from the bottom of the core for hookups or wherever. I wanted the power to have like independent clip connectors, but I think the way things are going, this is probably just going to live right here. And I'll just do connectors for the top components, especially since there's a whole twisting situation that needs to be handled there. My fingers are so sticky. All right, let that just sit there and dry for a minute. And while that's drying, I can put a little more solder, well, not more solder, any solder on this end connector over here. I mean, I'm concerned there's not a lot of surface area here, so I'm basically going to be buffing it up with solder. Come on, it's sticking to my iron too much. Come on, guys. It's like it doesn't stick when I want it, it sticks when I don't want it. Whatever. All right. So our black connector. Trim off tiny little portion. Got to figure out where my other wire stripper is, because I need it for them small gauges. So a big downside of this stuff is that it's really stiff. Alright, just gonna we lost some solder, so I'm going to try and just position Alright, just position that there, and then big old blob. Big old blob, but that's gonna hold. Congesam hold. And then that can just live like that. Alright. Let's pop this in here. So we need this to run to the battery negative terminal right here. So I'm going to give us a little bit of extra room. Maybe too much extra room. You know, for today's setup, just so I can make sure everything's working configuration and electrically, I'm just going to go ahead and put that right into there. All right, so this is supposed to go here. Again, I need something to hold this stationary. So let's see if we can do something with the clamps. All right. So unsurprisingly, the heat is affecting the plastic. Oh, it's affecting it too much. Hold on. Yeah, I was hoping I'd be able to figure out how to make this work. Wow. Without necessarily having to make huge connectors, but in order to space everything out okay, I might have to bite the bullet and make some, at least for the power connector here. Two pin. That's a 3-pin. 2-pin. Boop, boop. All right. All right. That means I need to open my heat shrink. Come on. Heat shrink tubing. Oh, shoot. Spilt some heat shrink on the floor. Oh, now there's heat shrink on the floor if I need it. Alright, so I need to connect it to there. There's plenty of room down here for a connector to live in between the shells, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Huh. You know what I could do is solder this connector, put enough solder down to connect that to the board. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea a lot. All right. Let me see if I can pull that off. All right. That's on there pretty good. And then I just have to connect the... If I had planned it, I probably could have designed something into the case for this. But, you know, there's always room for version 2, am I right? All right. So I should be able to just cut this to actually be... Cut just a little bit. Just a little bit more. Yeah, and just wire it in parallel right like that. And then the power for everything just plugs in right here. Okay. Just like that. All right. Let's put a little solder on there. Bend that out of the way for now. Let's put a little more on the other switch, just so it's got a little bit more. All right, there's that. All right. I'm going to put some more on, and it's going to fling right off. All right. Well, I appear to have bridged the... Oh, boy. Well, at least I unbridged the contacts. I'm actually going to flip this around a bit. No. See, I'm terrible about not melting the plastic. So I heard a little bit of solder splatter somewhere else, so that'll be fun. All right, now I'm going to do this the right way and apply the solder to the conductor instead. All right, that might have done it. Super ugly, but on there. I should have put some heat shrink right there. It's on there, but do I want to try it again? No, it's fine. It's good. All right, so the other side, we got to get our crimping on. So I need to get my crimper for wires this small. Is there a mute button on here? New microphone. I'll just mute it in software. All right. I'm going to go find my crimper. All right, I got my crimper. That way. Because of course, where else do you keep your crimper but in a box in the garage? All right. And I found my other wire clipper, wire stripper. Just a little bit. So we get to crimp one of these tiny little boys on there. Just cut some off here. Oh, yeah. Ah, there it went. Gotcha. All right. So we got black on one side. All right, yeah, red and black. All right. All right, lining this up is always tricky. I might need to get some tweezers. These are really small. shoot, maybe I should just solder this. This is going to be difficult. All right, let's put this in here. Get some tension. Sorry, I need this at an angle that I can see really clearly from. Ho ho ho! Oh, I don't want to brag, but that was perfect. Oh, it went right in there. Nice. All right, so one black, one red. All right, teeny tiny. Another teeny tiny little guy. All right, so basically I'm putting it, okay, you gotta carefully hold that. That wants to just fly out of my hand. All right, put it in place, bring down the crimper, get a bit of pressure on there. Hope it's enough. Slip in the connector and really give it a squeeze. Oh, that looks like we got number 2 successful. Excellent. We're halfway to a custom connector now. More than halfway. We're practically done. All right, so this side needs to be the black pin. Where's the clip? All right. Looks like it needs a little sideways compression as well to fit in the hole. So I'm just going to use my Swiss Army knife. Oh, and it came off. So, yeah, modifying the compression, not great. I'm going to manually crush it in a couple of ways. And it's just coming right off, so that's no good. The red one's still good. Let's see if we can get that in there. Connects like that, and then red's going to go in. Am I doing this upside down? You gotta take a closer look. It's like it's just sideways, not big enough to make it into the hole. And when I squeeze it sideways, it releases the tension. So I'm gonna try hitting with the crimper again on the right hole. 18 to 22, that's it. Well, that is clearly not working as a way to get that in there. I might just have to try it all over again. Alright, well, I was able to get it back on there. These need to be on there. That needs to go the other way. So you don't want the compressor to push down on the bottom of it. You want it to push on the solid top of it. All right. And now I'm going to rotate it to the side. Crimp it to the side as well. See how that ended up. It feels pretty good. Now let's see if it fits in the hole. Well, it fits in the hole, but it appears the retaining shape has been damaged. So we're going to do it again. Last thing we need is a power line disconnecting. So got to do it right. Oh, great. That one fell on the floor. I'm going to find it later. There. All right. Probably should have a more specialized tool for this. All right. Oh, it's in there. Wow. It's like invisible from the other side. Oh, and I popped it out. All right. Oop, I've accidentally started the crimping a bit, so put that in there. Finish it up. And nada. All right, got that. Sure, this is great fun watching me flail around with a crimper. Crimping tool. Oh, it's actually a lot easier to work with vertical like this. And that one's just coming right off still. All right. Just garbage, garbage. Move on to the next one. I think it's too loose, which is not good for this. Wonder if I might just not have an appropriate crimping tool for this. maybe I just need to use the smaller. Oh, where's the release? All right. Rotate. Oh, that was tight. That's super tight. All right, let's see if we can get it to. I said it was super tight a second ago, and now it's loose. Oh, I say that, but it's wiggly, but it's on there. Pin connectors down there. I don't know what it's having trouble with. It's not wanting to go in. And there it yanked right off, so that's not going to be a good connector for that. That was a wrong connector. This was from a different set. This is for a larger connector, which is not what I'm hooking up. But might be what I should hook up. This is talked about using a larger connector. I pulled one from the smaller connector box. These ones are larger connectors. All right, damaged the insulation a little bit there, so I'm just gonna pull out a new one. You know, I think I completely forgot that it's usually you want some of the insulator inside of the crimpation, as I am now calling it. All right. Dang it. That's why the connector wouldn't go into the. That's why it wouldn't go into the connector. It was too big for it. And I should be using this larger connector anyway, so I'm just going to go for that. Get it in there. Come on. Crimp up good. Whew. Sucker's on there. And with the right larger connector, which I am likely to wire up in exactly the same manner. Ooh, look at that. We got that in there. Perfect. Perfect. All right, now let's get one on the black one. I need to grab an additional. Let's bring out that whole ring of connectors. Oh, that's a lot of metal just going everywhere. Come on. All right, out of the way. All right, now we'll do one with the black. So carefully inserting this just into the edge. It's a little spread for it, so squish it a little bit. All right, now carefully insert the conductor. Yeah, that's on there pretty good. Great. And then just slip this in here. Bam. Oh, we got the basis of our custom connector. Yeah, crimping ain't easy. Sure ain't, Joe. All right. Gonna do a little bit of cleanup. Here we go. All right. Now let's take this off and put this properly bigger connector on. All right. It's okay. This is how we learn and do better next time. By melting everything and almost touching your soldering iron. I know this thing heats up super fast, but I can still get impatient with it. All right, that's off. And that's off. Great. Now we're going to put this sucker on. Wow. Fingers were not happy doing whatever that was. Just gonna hold this. Oh, we dropped a little chunk of solder there. I'll have to make sure that gets picked up. Well, that's not wanting to go on there. Oh, and we're melting. We are melting the plastic that the connector is connected to. That would be why it is not connecting. And then we accidentally touched the core, so we're going to put down the soldering iron. All right, see if I can correct this. All right. All right, that's on there. Make sure that we can well, that's not great. Admittedly, I don't know how good the tension is on these to start with. All right, let's just get this off. Ooh, hot. All right, just get a fresh connector out the bag. And while we're at it, I'm going to slip this little bit of heat shrink so when the times comes, I can try to cover that up. All right, we got this. Like that, there we go. You know, having it with the things plugged in will probably help hold it in place. I mean, yeah, that feels like that works pretty good. All right. All right, I need this to be just a little bit closer there. I am genuinely concerned that's not going to fit in the core now. In there, I just touched my soldering iron. Don't do that. All right, that's connected. All right, so I'm going to pop this out now and going to grab this core. And we're going to see if this will actually fit. Shoot. If it was more towards the center, it would probably fit, but it's not, so it won't. All right. It's unfortunate that, I mean, if it's not going to fit, it's not going to fit. I might just have to use a smaller connector, but I'm going to do a quick check. Just see, can this fit? Nope, connector will not fit. So it fits there. So if I said if I had planned, I could make a thing there. But that's not going to work. So, all right. This is still potentially a very useful connector. So I'm going to put some length on it. Put that to the side. All right. And this is how it goes when you're figuring out how to do a lot of this stuff on the fly without guides or anything. We try something and it doesn't quite work, so now we got to try something else. I mean, what we have to do is a smaller connector, so I think I might have to actually just switch over to the 22. It's a little bit smaller. Admittedly, in a lot of ways, a lot easier to work with. It's very flexible. Let's see here. So this end can be soldered, so I don't have to worry about that. There's the busted one. I'm going to throw that away. Clean up as we go. All right. That we learned one thing that's really useful here. We learned that connecting the connector while doing the soldering helps hold everything in place. So, gonna keep doing that. All right, I need, this is 22, so get the 22 wire stripper. All right, and where is that strand of connectors? Must put it back in the box. Pretty sure I didn't, but oh, there we go, right here in the corner. All right, let's try. One of the problems with flux, it leaves your fingers a little sticky, real easy to accidentally pick something up. All right, this sucker's even tinier. Well, I mean, it's one of the tiny ones we did before, but I'm gonna go with, yeah, 18 through 22. It says use the same one, so let's get that in there. Keep that compressioned. No, that didn't go well at all. The pins, the wings, the arms, whatever they're called, they did not bend properly. So it just happens sometimes. Just got to do it again. I don't think this one's going to go right either, but I'm just going to give it a shot and see how it goes. Well, it kind of went well, and then it didn't. All right, one more. Dang, I was really hopeful for that connector just fit. But, you know, we should do another test. Yeah, it's got a fair bit of clearance there, so all right. Good. Good, good, good. I'm wondering now if I should forego the connector, instead put on some nice flexible wire. I'm gonna do that. Because this connector over here does seem like it's becoming more trouble than it's worth. So let's get some black out here. I'm gonna have connectors up here, definitely. But for this bottom part, I'm not gonna try to make that work, at least not right now. Maybe I'll return to it. I don't want to spend all my time making one connector. All right, and oh, it's like, why is it giving me trouble? The connector was pushing backwards because of softening plastic. All right, I want more of a blob on that. There, that'll do. All right, and then I can put in enough to pull it out, but then I can bend it and coil it back up when I pull it back in. So enough to pull it out to here. Now some of this stuff I could definitely get away with less, but I'm not. Oh, I should orient this and not touch the hot iron. Come on back off. There we go. I need to orient this wire. Battery plus ground. There we go. All right, that's there. Let's do the positive the positive battery terminal. All right, there we go. All right, and this needs to go like an inch farther, but I basically can just do the same length. $22. There we go. All right. I'm sure you'd all much rather see sounds like my wife's home and bringing back the garbage bins. All right, I'm going to wire this battery inward a little bit. Oh, I need a little more solder on that. Oh, you know, I should. Gotta always remember. It's like it's better to put some solder on the wire, and then just let that flow onto the contact. Bam! There we go. All right. Okay, maybe I gave it a little more slack than it needs, but you know what? I can manage this. No, I can't manage this. All right. Same situation on the other end. Need more solder. Read any solder. All right. And now we take that and put that against the contact. There we go. Nice and solid. All right, so we should have power to this now. So we should be able to plug this in and flick the switch, and look at that. We have a power LED. It's taking way too long to get just this done, but I mean, we have power. This is fantastic. And the ability to remove this. Once we put some Kapton tape down, this will cover all this up. But yeah, so power flows to the switch. Flip the switch on, puts power up here. Should make sure this battery is actually charged. But hey, I mean, that's a complete circuit. Only minimal soldering burning on the plastic. And the way we've done this, it actually should be pretty simple to remove and transplant to a new core if I do some redesigning. Oh, there's no SD card in here, so it's not going to know what to do. So sad. Well, now I'm halfway tempted to we're going to do this. These guys are going to get soldered in. The LEDs each have their own returns. So the voltage return needs to be different. All right, I gotta ponder. I might have to transfer this over to why did I do this? This would have been for something else. This is way too long. I didn't need it to be nearly this long. I'll deal with it, but it's funny. So optimally, I should wire. Now that I've done literally anything with this more flexible wire, I'm infinitely preferring it to the solid core, but okay, so let's look at the schematic. The emitter has two ground returns. It has one to voltage, two returns, and the top part's also going to have a crystal chamber, which is going to be a third voltage return. So that's 3 volts things coming back, but the one from the crystal chamber should be able. I was thinking about trying to have everything come back through one, but the wiring is really clear that it wants you to take the stuff from the emitter back through 2 cables. So what it seems like to me is I need to wire up a triple connector with red, black, black. Which is hardly the end of the world. So I can do that with the other side of the board. Wire up some wires with the proper stuff. And then it can just be a connector sitting right here. Let me check my, well, bigger connector. So the plan is there's going to be a bigger connector, and then I was going to wire a separate connector for the data lines, since those can be a lower gauge wire, and I can make a smaller connector safely. So looking at this, we got 3 kind of data lines from the emitter, 2 data lines and 1 blade detect. A data line from the switch, which that's going to be its whole separate thing, because the switch is going to be here. And doing all this, it's pretty clear to me I'm going to have to do custom wiring specifically for the switch stuff. So, but I'm not worrying about that right now. I'm working on this. So 3 to the thing, 3 to the emitter, and then 1 data line for the crystal LED. So that means 4 pins is what I need to rig up. That's 4. That's 4. All right, so this is a 4-pin connector. Is basically what I want to do. I want to have, where's the other, I need the other end of a 3-pin. That's a 2-pin. There we go, 3-pin. Come on, all right, there we go. All right, for connection to the top half of the hilt, a 2-pin power connector, and a 3-pin data connector. So, to accommodate those, I think the best way to handle that is going to be wire up small wires to the reverse side of the board. So that way these connectors can easily be pushed back in there, which is going to necessitate the soft core. The crystal needs a third one, which means that I need 4 return voltages, not 3. Can I fit that? Or can I just bite the bullet and use the smaller connector? 4. Ah, there's the 4. There's the larger 4-pin connector. Looks like it can fit okay. The question is whether or not I can fit that. The data stuff really is low voltage, and I've got a pack of even smaller pre-crimped connectors that should be arriving today. I could just use this larger 4-pin one, but maybe it doesn't need to be this large. These are actually really big. If we can get by with, and it's solid core too, so I don't say how solid core, but you know, it's a solid piece of metal. Whereas these guys, the 22 AWG, basically the same thickness, but these ones are solid. I'll bet I can do it with this. And now I've gone and done it. No, I'm just going to leave that in, because no, I'm not going to leave that in. I think this will be sufficient for the power to the top part. Come on. Oh my goodness gracious. All right. All right. There's no point in making the connector over here until we have something to connect to. So I'm going to slip that in there. We're going to put that to the side. And then we're going to look at emitters and what we need to do to get this into that. I have to use my shirt on this. Ah, jeez. Sucker's on there tight. There we go. All right. This is just decorative. We don't need this. So, we need this. This is basically the whole crystal chamber and the emitter. So, there's a wire here, runs along the side of this, comes out up here. I'm actually going to take the sides off this. We're going to get the protective housing out of the way and just get right to work on this. Could wire up the speaker, but I'm not doing that right now. I would like the speakers to be dynamically connected, but we'll have to see how that works. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, comes off. There we go. Now the crystal emitter's not here. I have previously removed the crystal from the chamber and have actually got this whole assembly right here. I got to figure out how I need to wear that. I replaced it with a actual piece of quartz crystal, and on the bottom here I have created a mount, 3D printed a mount so that the emitter can be inside here. This frees up a little bit of space here at the bottom of the emitter, which is right where the top of the core is. I'm somewhat fortunate that I don't have to have my emitter right on top of my core, but you can see here. So I'm going to post all these 3D print designs. I suppose maybe once I've got everything working, but maybe I'll do it sooner. So this is the LED that's for the crystal chamber. I designed this mount just basically as a slide in from the side like that. You got to do it the right way because there's these two resistors on the side. And then the side of the mount holds it in place. There's the terminals. I rigged it up so that I could pull the wires through this, solder them onto the pad underneath the LED, and then it all just screws onto the bottom of the crystal base, which will have the additional advantage of bringing the LED closer to the bottom of the crystal, because the crystal doesn't come all the way down to the bottom. And this one, it was like this, and so the LED was right on there. Even with that, this glows pretty nice, but brighter light further up, I think even more gonna work great. D out. There's a D in and a D out. I wonder if you're supposed to be able to daisy chain them. Interesting. I didn't find a wiring diagram specifically for this, so there's going to be a little bit of trial and error when we're figuring out that one. I'm going to put the screws for that over here. Put the crystal right there. But that lives here in this. It just screws into the bottom here. I screw it in and out with my spanner wrench, which I got for my telescope equipment. So we can see here we got 3 wires here. Count them, 3. And you can see here how much smaller than even the small connectors I'm trying to use, the ones that ship with this are. It's very different. All right, just carefully remove this. We got some. Don't want to lose these. These are really important for having the right spacing of the connector. So I'm going to put all of them right there. And this top part has this metal bit that this has threads here, which are what screw into the crystal chamber. And then on the other end, it's got screws that go into this cap. And you see the wires get to free spin a little bit there. There, cut the cap off. There's the bottom of the emitter. Now, like I was saying, this is basically the same as this. You can see how the pins are longer. But I will be able to make a connection with this. And then once I get the longer pins and I transplant them, I would steal these, but this needs more pins than are on there. This has 10 pins, and this has 7 pins. So I need more pins, one way or the other. So just wait for the right part. In the meantime, figure everything out. So this is the short pin one. Let's go ahead and disassemble it. Whoop. There we go, it just pops out. I'm going to put all this together over there. So we've got 3 wires that run to this, but this one is going to have several more wires. To start with, it's going to have 2 ground wires running back to 2 terminals on the chip, and it's going to have 2 data pins hooked up. Now I'm just going to look at this for a second. Oh shoot, I've had the schematic up this whole time. Dang, sorry about that. That was a while ago too. Alright, well, I guess just to recap, we got the batteries wired up, went with the flexible wires, they're wired up here. We're going to rig up a power connector to go to the rest of it here. So basically we're going to let the power go through the board, through the solder, out the other side to a power connector, and that'll leave lots of space on this side for us to wire up any remaining stuff. And I suppose it doesn't need to, but I think it'll be nice. But anyway, she's working. We flipped the power switch. Green light turns on. So we've got power. All right, and now we're looking at getting this wired up so that we can have something to wire to the board to see that everything's working. Now the board's been pre-flashed and programmed with what should be the correct settings for how I'm planning on wiring this up, but it's my first time doing any of that. No, not with a proffie board. I've done plenty of programming and chip wiring, but it's my first time working with proffie OS and getting the config right. So let's see how that goes. And now I do need to look at the schematic again. Actually, I'm going to add a picture here. I'm opening my SVG and just looking at it there instead. All right, emitter. All right, so the plan is zoom. So we got a couple points here. So this is going to be positive voltage here. This is going to be positive voltage down here, which I'm realizing means that I need two reds. I need two positives. So this is going to have to be a 5-pin connector for this whole thing. Do I even have a 5-pin connector? I don't. So I'm going to have to split this up. The emitter is going to have its own cable, and the top part's going to need to have its own cable. So that's going to be, I mean, it's going to have to be 4-pin for the top, red, red, black, black, just to wire everything up right. So we need to wire up voltage red here, voltage red, not here, but down here. The center pin appears to be for data line, D1, and then here and here are where we wire in our negative connectors, the ground connectors. And this right here should be the wiring for the, what's it called? The blade detector. Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 2 data cables coming off of this and 4 power cables coming off this. And gosh, that's going to be a fair amount of cables. So we need to figure out lengths appropriately. So I'm going to pop out this sucker. This is unpleasant. Guys, you know you got the right lady when she's letting you know, hey, I just saw that there's like a Criterion Kubrick collection coming out. She wants to make sure you know about it. Pretty fantastic. All right, getting this thing out is annoying, but I found, since it's threaded in the bottom, I found that if you can twist it and apply pressure, you make a little better progress. I say that, but then you still got to apply some good pressure. Come on. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, there we go. I'm not really done, but it's coming along. This is part of why I want to use the transplant this into this kind of connector, so that pocket knife. the pressure fitting component of this will work as intended. There we go. All right. Now I don't want to lose this, because things go south with this, I might need to wire this back in. So we'll put this aside. Now this one has the advantage that the pixel blade and the base lights are all independently controllable, which may not sound like a super huge deal, but it's a pretty big deal to me. All right, let's put some of this together. We can start measuring how things should work out dimension-wise. And this gives us a nice area to get a little extra flex room, but we're going to have, gosh, 6 wires where there were 4. And I haven't really compared my flexible size. There's definitely a thicker wire I'm working with here, but that's what I need. What I'm going to do, I'll size it out right, and we'll make it work. So we're going from here to basically here is where our connector is going to be. So I'm going to just measure out 4. Oh, we just need 2. Measure 4 bits of cable, 1 of red, 2 red, 2 black. Snip your own skin. All right, and what color was I planning on using? White, yellow, and purple, which I think are just the colors I have. Is this the stranded? Yeah. Oh no, I don't have purple. I got red. I guess for the blade for the blade detection I'll do blue. Alright. Ooh, this one ended up way shorter than the others. Well, I guess you're for something else later. Blue, 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 blue. Here, I like to just do that and then just do a little unravel. I'm gonna overcut all these suckers. Better too much than too little. It's a bit of a shame. I mean, there's some advantages to the solid core. I mean, goodness knows it would have handled so many amps. Admittedly, the maximum amperage that I'm comparing against is like the theoretical maximum if you're like running all white blades. I'm not running white blades super often, so I don't know that it's really going to come up as much of an issue. But this should be all the wires. So let's do a quick test with the shroud, make sure all of our wires are going to actually fit. All right, what way is this? Is the one with that, and then this hole's on the other side. So, all right, so we got a hole down here where all the wires need to go through. They do appear to fit. It's kinda. No, they all fit. This is gonna have to be like exactly the right length. Gotta make sure I keep this top part lined up right. Come on, get back through the hole. All right. All right, that's all in there. This needs to be lined up right. Yeah, it's a tight fit, but it fits. This will be a real good excuse to run the thinner gauge wires through this. I hope they're long enough for all this. We'll find out. Gosh, all 4 wires. If only it had this pass-through channel on both sides, that would be really flipping great, but it's not how it is. So, I mean, honestly, putting this together, seeing it all fits, and seeing where I need to revise it, that's basically where I need to go with this now. So, let's just jump right in. Now, there was a note about this that I need to remove resistor R2, which is this resistor right here. Oh, it says R1. It's R1 in the diagram. Let me open this in Inkscape real quick. Oh, the video appears to have locked up a bit. I'm going to unplug it and plug back in. There we go. All right. Open with. Got to change it to actually associate with Inkscape. Set as default. There we go. All right. Connector LEDs data wire soldered to pad 2 with onboard resistor. R2 blade data wire is soldered to pad D1. Resistor R1 must be removed. Because that's right, because the I get that now. The proffie on LED channel 1 has a resistor built in, so that should take care of that. Not LED channel 1, data channel 1, blade channel 1 has a resistor on there. And so that should all, the saber shouldn't need that. We just need a resistor for the hilt lights. So R1 has to be removed. So this is our chip. Time for surgery. So R1 is this resistor right here. With any luck, we'll just apply a little bit of heat to it and it will come right off. This is on top of something. All right. Oh, it's still heating up. All right. Scrape off some of the surface nonsense on my soldering iron. All right, I see it moving. Oh, there we go. There it is. Oh, where'd he go? Is it just this? I have it on the soldering iron right there. Whew, burning it on the soldering iron. Alright, well, that's a tiny component I don't think I'll ever be able to manually reapply, but I'll put the part away regardless. Alright. Now it's time to just start attaching wires to this and try to get it all working. So, start by stripping some wires. Oh, looks like something's being delivered. Trying to not do them too long so that I don't have to worry about any contacts touching each other. Alright, black, black, black. Oh, this is no, I did do this one. Alright. This should be the last one, at least on this side of things. Great, 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 great. Alright, let's clean up some of this. Alright. This is going to be a little more complicated, I just realized. Where's the chamber top? Here's the chamber. The part that this screws into, where did I put that? Alright, oh, yeah, it's right here. And in fact, I've mucked it up a bit in terms of over tightening. All those wires are going to need to be able to go through this slot. Well, gonna find out how well it works. Alright, wiring diagram. We need solder on the top bit. Solder, solder, solder. Every time I put it down. Alright, there it is. Solder on the top bit, solder on the bottom bit. Solder where the hilt goes. So let's rotate this around to here. So now, now this kind of thing, I'm going to put, this needs to be horizontal, and I need to put flex on this. All right, I believe that's everywhere that we need it. Negative, negative, positive, positive. Oh no, I do need to wire into that lower positive, so all right. It's that right side. This is the one that I don't need to wire to. All right. Whew, there went my depth. I'm using the using my magnifying glass. All right. We need a red positive on the top where it says hilt. So let's put this right here. Right. We need another red positive at the bottom. All right. Oh, yeah, no, there's already one in the middle. All right, so we need a black on. I'm gonna do the blacks last. Gonna do the blue for the saber detection. There we go. Actually, I want that to lean in. There we go. Lean in a little bit more. Very good. All right, the data line. Oh, wait, no. Blues. Blade detects in the bottom corner, not here. All right, this is the wrong cable. I didn't want to put this one here. And in fact, I need to put some more solder. Oh, they already put some solder on the blade detect line. So that's on the outer edge. I really should have saved the outer edge stuff for last. Data 1's going to be for, data 1's white, and that should be for the blade. I'll put this right. About that, resolder. There we go. Now we're going to do the two power lines. Oh, that's no good. All right. Back that off. In fact, I'm going to take this red one off because I need to work around it and it's in the way. All right. All right, there we go. Now let's get the red line here back in. There we go. All right. The yellow data line is what connects up to this one. There we go. All right, I'm going to rotate this so I can more easily see the saber line. All right, actually it might just be simpler to, yeah, there we go. That's way simpler. All right, now we're going to get the blade detect line wired in. All right. Well, that is a fair sight more wires than the 4 the other one uses. So I guess it's a bit of a moment of truth now. Let's see if we can make this fit inside of this connector, inside of this housing. I'm already a little concerned. Yeah, these outer wires are giving me trouble. Let's see if they can be folded down. I don't know. I need to be able to apply pressure on this. And you know what's going to have to be? I'm going to have to readjust these outer solders to make the wires lay flat. So let's just get right back in there, bring them down. All right, this yellow cable is the one I need to adjust first. All right, I'm going to run this from the other side like this. I'm going to solder this nice and flat. There we go. We're going to do the same with this red one. It's a little loose. All right. Come on. Not as flat as I want it. Come off again. All right. I need to move the yellow wire. All right. We'll bring that in nice and flat here. Oh, it's not quite latching where I need it to. Come on, come off. Whew. All right. I'm not okay with how much solder's on there, so I'm just gonna touch that up a little bit and then accidentally tap a wire with a soldering iron. All right, there we go. Flat, yeah. All right, flat and plenty of solder. All right. these. Oh, these don't want to get out of the way. All right, here we go. All right, that extra bit of, not enough to hold it up. All right. All right, this blue wire, I need it to also come in at a really low angle. Straighten that out just a bit. Now, well, that yellow cable came off, so I'm going to have to go back to that. All right, come on, in there, in there. All right, all these need to be, a lot of these are in my way now. All right. Gotta have exactly the right angle of approach. There we go. All right, that's almost all of them. Let me check where that yellow one was wired up. That yellow one is to data 2. Yeah, okay, D2. Need to leave myself enough room to actually reach data 2. How about? All right. All right. May have done it. It's there. Huge bundle of cables through the hole. Not perfect, but maybe enough. Yeah, good enough. Oh, which side has the threads? That side has the threads. Right. It's not going to push it down all the way like it previously did. But it will hold the cap in place with the pieces. Should hold the cap in place with the pieces. I'm going to need a steel screw from the other one. I actually lost one of them upstairs on the floor. I'm rather frustrated about it, but through the magic of buying 2 of them. All right. It's in there. I mean, I'm going to have to open it up and redo everything once I have to do these pins again. And these pins don't look super great for the height on this. But we're not here to not do this. It's in there. Woo! All right, where's our board? Our board's over here. Well, let's see if we can actually construct this thing as it's supposed to be. Let's figure out if this is a showstopper right off the bat. So there's this hole in the side. This is not good. All right, I'm going to take I'm going to see if possibly we can just split things up. Do the data lines on one side and the electrical lines on the other. All right. Because there are 2 gaps, so potentially we can get this on. Come on, get on there. All right. Now we got a pretty serious problem with this in the inside. All right. It was one thing when it's one bundle because it can twist around, but like this, I can't just hook this up here because that's how this connects. All right, well, I'm going to figure this out. I'm not sure this is going to work. Not like this anyway. This gauge wire, there's almost room for 6 wires. Spreading things out. What's the recommended AWG that they were saying? They're saying I could get away with 24 AWG for the power lines. This is, of course, 22. I'd have to order some 24. But if it reduces the size enough, and I don't know what gauge this is. Let's see if there's any. Sure, it'd be nice if they used wire that had the gauge printed on it, but what are you going to do? All right. Wow. If I need to stop and get a different gauge of wire for continuing, then that might be what I'll have to do. But till then, though, I guess the question is what they're proposing with 2 24 AWG, can I accomplish with 1 22G? I would need to do some math. Still need all the data lines. But honestly, it was basically recommending bridging the returns. I mean, it's effectively bridging it anyway, since they're connected on the other end. It's just splitting up the current between the two terminals. If I have one sufficiently powerful cable, let's just look at that possibility. Two positives. It's all going back to the same positive, so I would have to bridge those two inside of the... I'd have to open up and bridge those two. But let's see. Can we get by with... Space-wise, can we make 5 cables work? Well, not 5 of 22. It's just not going to fit in the hole. All right. Hmm. 22 should theoretically be able to handle twice the amperage of 24. Appears to be what I need to do, so unless somebody in the comments has ideas. Oh, and I did order... Oh, thank goodness, I did order some lower gauge stuff. Wait, what did I order? I completely forgot. You know, these projects you end up ordering way too much stuff. Let me check what's incoming. $28 AWG. Significantly reducing that. So it's, yeah, of course, I ordered by Amazon, and I've got Amazon shipment confirmation saying that it is in the area a couple stops away. So I might just be able to shift wiring midstream. All right. Let's simplify. So that red one over there is the cleanest. So I'm just going to pop this less clean one off. Right, there we go. And I'll just need to bridge that together. I'll just hop that over the middle. Oh. Careful. I'm going to pull out this black connector. All right, just make sure that that's all still as bridged as it needs to be, and it doesn't, so I'm going to put a little more solder right there. Zoop. So just right here. So the wire took some solder with it, so just really gumming that back together. All right, so we need to get this connected to that. So a very small piece of this wire. Do I have any shorter pieces just laying around? Nope, that's it. All right. one stripped off too. I think if I put that around the edge, it's going to get potentially crushed. So I'm going to run this. Oh, actually, this might just make more sense just right down there. Whew, shoot. Oh, dang, hot. Ouch. All right. Too hot to handle, as they say. So let's just bring it in like this. All right, that's stuck on pretty good. All right, I'll rotate this around here. And then I'm going to twirl this around under like this. Because, all right, it's going to need to be stripped a little bit shorter. A little bit more. All right, I think that'll do it. Nope, needs more. All right, let's just get them. Let's get these. Oh, I don't like that. It's too loose. That's not good, and I'm not sure that's actually the right place. So I'm gonna have to look at the chart again. Hilt. Wow, yeah, I'm mucking this up completely because this wasn't supposed to go to this terminal at all. It's supposed to go to this other one to be along with that. Get that in those little strings. All right. That is not pretty. And you know what? I'm gonna change how it is. I got extra space over here, so I'm gonna just renegotiate all this to the side. It's going to be there like that. We're going to put a dollop of solder here to the side. Then we're going to wire this one right next to it, sideways wise. There we go. There we go. Big old blob of solder. All right. All right, so now we've wired together both of the powers to the voltages to one connector. We're going to use a thicker gauge of wire than is typically recommended. And same thing with the negative line. That was already all wired together. Just want to make sure that we don't have a short in the middle. It's too close. Yeah, we got frayed wires out here. All right. All right, that's cleaner. We're going to put this soldered in where there's just less competition for a short. All right. I think that'll do it. But the smaller wires may have just arrived, so I'm going to go check that and fill some water and take care of a few things. I'll be right back. Oh, I should mute my microphone since it walks with me now. And All right, well, oh, I just realized my desktop's been sending all its noises. Great. So the new wires have not arrived yet. USPS delivery, Sam's Club delivery. So it says 10 stops away. That's what we're looking at with that. So one way or another, I'm going to switch these wires that don't need to be thick wires over to the smaller gauge. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove these right now. Bit of a shame after all that, but like I said, this is the fun of the exploratory nature of. Gotta be careful, I don't want to tear any stuff off. So the cables are going to be here soon. The Amazon truck is just a couple stops away. Come on, boop. All right, now I just need to get this middle one out. Whew. All right. I'm gonna do a little Googling real quick. Might change these to the solid core 20 because that should pretty definitively handle all the current that 224 AWGs would. See, we're just bouncing around all over the place with whatever we're using. All right, well, to really know if this is going to fit, I'm going to have to wait for those wires to show up. Yep.
Are you recording?
Mm-hmm. All right. Amazon arrived. The new 24, 28 AWG cable should work good for the data lines, and it appears that it will fit okay. I might have to pre-twist things a bit to make everything work out. And I am considering using these. What's holding this shut? There's some tape on here. Pre-terminated. Oh, for goodness sake. Use the knife. All right. But surprise of the day, the extended pins arrived. So we're going to walk all this back and replace them pins. Is this 28 AWG? What is this? The pre-crimped wires. I'm not actually sure the wire gauge of them. I need to check. All right, pre-terminated. It says it's 28 AWG, but this, I suppose the insulator could just be smaller. This is very, I think it's just a thinner insulator. But that could be pretty fantastic. All right, so we've got a bunch of pins. Let's open the package. There we go. Look at them pins. So long. I just hope that they are. All right, the springy end seems like it should be effective. Oh, and of course I almost spilled them everywhere. All right, well, I gotta take all these pins out now, so I basically gotta undo everything I done did. That's okay. This has been a good exploratory venture. we go. All right, that one's out. That's off. And that's off. Let's move these out of the way before I damage any of it. All right, so now I got to figure out how to pull these pins out. Honestly, it would have been easier if I had ordered it disassembled, now that I know about this. But since all these are just being held in by solder, if I just compress it, individual pins should just pop right out. Ah, look at that. Beautiful. All right, so now I just need to completely pull that out. So oh, there we go. Easy peasy. We can see the comparison of the two pin lengths here. See, the base is much longer on this one. All right, great, great. Well, now I just compress it and whew, this sucker gets hot. Now I'm just going to apply the heat. Oh, whoops. Apply the heat. Come on. What's going on? Well, there's no solder on the top, so it's just bottom solder. So if I just get it to melt, oh, for goodness sakes, here, remove the auto focus. Just there we go. Another one down. Whew. Sucker's real hot, so I'm going to take a second, let it cool off. Good. All right, it's cooled down enough to do another one. All right, put all the pressure here. Oh, that's the way to go. I mean, it's probably going to be like a solder spraying nightmare. Ooh, that worked great. Oh, and I didn't see where the camera's actually picking up those little sproings, but they're coming out so great. All right, am I ready for another one? Oh, come on, no one's. Oh, there it went. Yeah. Nope, too hot, too hot. The macro focus isn't staying consistent, so I really wish I could lock the webcam to just macro focus mode, but I don't know how to do that. All right, let's do. Oh, it landed in my hair. Oh, that's funny. Oh, making great time. It is like ripping the solder out with it. This is fantastic. This is clean. I like it. All right, let's get the middle one. Oh, it didn't sproing. So I'm gonna have to grab it. There we go. All right, 3 more. We got 3 more. I should have ordered it unassembled. I literally spent $5, I think, extra for it to be assembled, and now it's not valuable to me. Ooh, too hot. Too hot. Well, while that's cooling down and I'm taking a break from burning my fingers, just going to see how... Looks like there's a little bit of solder left in some of these holes, so that's going to constrain things a bit, but there we go. Let's see, like that one. Looking good. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's just push all these other guys to the side. It's amazing how much of a difference just a tiny bit of height difference does. All right. Let's get this one in the middle right here. Oh, there it went. Don't know where it landed. It's getting harder to evenly apply pressure on these guys. Oh, there we go. Another one. Oof, and burned my finger a little bit on that one. Yeah, it's coming along nicely though. Then I'll give that a wipe down with the isopropyl, which I have realized I left open. So let's put that lid back on. All right, this is going so much easier than I was concerned it might be. We literally have just 1 pin left to extract. Beautiful. I really wish I could lock it to this camera. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I need to buy a proper macro lens or something. Who knows? All right, last one. Let's get this under pressure. There it went. I'm gonna have to do not just a little isopropyl cleanup. I'm gonna need to suck a little solder out of there. Some of those holes I'm not gonna be able to get the thing in there without, get the new pins in there without sucking out that solder. Pretty much just that one, really. I think the rest of them I'm going to be able to get the pins in there with little to no issue. Scrubbity scrub scrub. And then I'm going to have to put more on here once I get this in there anyway. So, alright, so this looks like a good place to grip. Let me twist this around again. There. All right, let's start inserting new pins and see what we need to adjust. All right. All right. All right. That one's giving trouble. That one went okay. All right. Looks like, I think that's where one goes. It looks pretty sealed up. Let's take a look. There's only 4 on the outer ring. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. So we got 5 on the inner ring. I think maybe I can get this. Nope, but I think what I'm going to do with these ones is I'm just going to get the soldering iron, heat it up, and then heat up the pin and apply pressure to get it in. Pretty sure it's working. It was working, but it didn't work well enough, so I'll just do one of those. That clean it enough? Let's try another one. All right, let's see if I can. All right, let's go get the solder suction thing. I didn't want to have to resort to this, except I did. All right, so we just get this in here, melt the solder, put this over that. Bam. Squeaky clean. All right. That first one fit okay. This one feels like it's gonna make it. Maybe. All right, that one went good. No, not quite there. All right, let's. All right, let's see what we can get to fit now. Oh, that one went nice. The middle one looks clear, but just. All right. All right, I need to move that up just a bit. All right, I mean, these look clear. It might just be that these ones are just a tighter fit. That's really hot. My fingers are so sticky now from that stupid stuff. What's it called? The flux. I want to look at the other side of the chip. I'm going to pop it off here. I don't see anything significant on the other side of the chip. My fingers are still sticky. All right, that's all the pins we should need to get in there. I just got to get these remaining ones down into place. So I am going to apply heat. All right, I need to be able to apply some good pressure to it. So put it down there. Oh wow, that melted that right off. All right, something stronger than that, heat-wise. It being that far down is not helping. Alright, that's just sliding out and not actually applying any kind of pressure to it. So, you know, I hadn't actually considered until now that maybe the size tolerances on these aren't all the same. And as such, it might just be that this one is too big. That one's really stuck in there now. So, there, just wrenched it out. All right. So check the bag, see if there's any size variance that works in my favor. If I had just ordered it not assembled. All right, well, let's put some solder on the ones that we got here. Here we go. That all went on pretty clean. Boing, boing, boing. What I got went on clean anyway. So I'm gonna come from the top because I think that what we're dealing with is some. Oh yeah, there's goop on the top. So I say goop. It's solder. Solder is the goop. Just gonna get in here. that made any difference. I don't know why they gotta be like this. I might just have to like drill it out. Or if these Allen wrenches happen to be the right size. Which I think it might be. This Allen wrench might be the right size. So if I just get in here, twist it out. I mean, that's helping because it's actually dislodging some of the solder from the sides. I can see it building up, which will make it easier to clean. Or if I just keep doing this, I'm pretty sure I'm going to make my way all the way through. I mean, yeah, it's making a huge difference, but I'm going to see if I can use that to suction out more of the solder. I actually think I'm going to need to do it from the other side, since so much of it is round up over here now. I don't think that's working. All right, I'm just going to go back to the manual method, which I appear to be having some success with. I'm just gonna magnifying lens this for a second here. Yeah, it's a lot more in there than I thought. Do I want to get a drill? Just drill all that out? I don't want to. Let's give the suction cup a few more. Not the suction cup, but the sucker a few more. You know what? I think I'm gonna do this in reverse. I'm gonna apply pressure, apply heat from the back, and suction from back here. You can't see what I'm doing super well. I'm putting the soldering iron in one end, putting the suction on the back. Gotta be careful. It's really not great to be dragging a soldering iron around. The surface of a bunch of things. that were originally attached by heat. Oh, come on, get out of there. All right. Let's see if that cleared up anything enough to. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! That pin in went so nice. Oh, that's 2 in. Come on, can I have a third? Yes. Okay, that worked. Fantastic. Well, we still got one. We still got one, but we're gonna lock down these other 3. Before we move on. This middle one's actually going to be really difficult to do without accidentally bridging it to any of the other connectors. Ow. Oh, but I may have done it. Whew, hot, but in there. All right, let's get this last one taken care of. Worked, but I think it pulled in some heat from the pin next to it. I'll pull in some solder. All right, not quite there. Oh, seriously, just one pin left at this point. All right. I mean, the solution, the suction solution is the one that's been working, so we're just gonna. Ooh, that one took out a big chunk of something. Let's see if we can get the pin in. Not yet. Looks like there's a blockage on the bottom side. So we just keep trying and angle this up this time. Frustratingly close. I'm noticing now that a lot of the pins are leaning in one direction or another, but frankly I don't care as long as they all make contact as I need them to. Just going to hit it with the section while it's on the ground like this. Oh, it's in, and it's super hot. I think I would learn my lesson. All right, there we go. Let's put that solder down and bridge all these suckers. All right, these are the pads where the negative contact is supposed to go. So There we go. Look at those long pins. Those long, long pins. I'm just going to compare it against. I don't think there's going to be any contact problems. Yeah, all right. Awesome. And now we're going to bag up the rest of these long pins. Oh, and I see the webcam view has stopped again. So I'm just going to restart it. Webcam. There we go. All right, we did it. I should have just ordered it unassembled. That was pretty painless, and if I may say so, I feel like my solder job ended up pretty clean. All right, so time to make wires. So I need to look at the schematic again. Data 1 to the center. All right, so I'm actually going to cut these wires even longer. What was this gauge? 28. 28. I need this one for that. All right, 28. Incredibly tiny. Let's get all right. The center is data 1. Zoom back in. All right. All right. Oh wow, that's being annoying. All right, I'm just gonna come into it sideways like this. There we go. Data 1. Ha. Oh, Sam. So my brother's coming over to help me haul something. So I'm going to take a break right around then. But we'll see how many wires we can get done before then. I'll admit, it's all gone. Okay, I say it's gone slower than I expected. But I've done enough projects to know that this is how it goes. This is how you do it. How we do it, so to speak. All right, D2 is on the side over here. There's R2, R1, D2. So I'm going to... All right. This is D2. That looks like that needs a little more on it. So definitely needed more. Oh, there we go. All right. And white, yellow, blue. Oop, almost dropped it. All right, 28. All right, blade detect is on the opposite side, so I'm just gonna spin that whole thing around. All right. Focus appears. Oh wait, that's. My camera's high quality mode. There we go. You guys were watching in peasant quality for a bit there. So this pin appears to be dedicated to Blade Connect. If I could just get this to, I'm going to loop it under this one. There we go. All right, so with that, all right, so that'll cover data transmissions. All right. That'll cover data transmissions. So now I just need to run a test to see if all this will actually fit in the cap. Here's the cap. Just run that connector through there. Now these are the gauge of the wires that I'm thinking about for power. I'm thinking about going all the way up to 20 gauge, but I don't know if that's actually going to fit. But let's see if we can make this actually work. All right, so size-wise, that appears it's going to barely fit. But that's not going to leave any room for rotation. No, with the way that it was before, as you rotated this would rotate with it. So I'll have to counter rotate it ahead of time to make that work. But now the question is, will this work with the 20 gauge wire? These are the 24s. So I still have that 20 gauge connector. Nice thick cables. Put that through there. Put that through there. These are all the cables that we're going to want coming through. So let's put those on there. The stiffness might work for us in this, but I don't know for sure. All right. I mean, it looks like it clears the edge. I'll be darned, it does. So the only problem I have there is that this isn't going to want to twist because it's solid core. Oh, actually we got a I'm not going to say flex room, but possibly we can rotate all this as it goes. Well, I got to take a call from my brother, so excuse. My brother's here to help me lift something, so I got to go take care of that. All right. I wish it was stranded. Well, I'm just going to go with the 22. All right, where's the 22? This is the 22. I mean, if my old pixel blade can be fine with that really thin wire. Worst case scenario, I figure out a way to redo it in the future. All right. You know, I need to reconnect the two. Where did that short piece of wire go? Where are you, wire? It's going to still be attached to that other red wire, I think. No, it's not there. Well, there's all that. All right. I need to look at the chart. So that one and that one. So, there's the short wire. Hot. All right. I'll zoom in a bit more. All right. That positive. All right. Now I need to have this attached to it as well. Wait. Is this the right wire? want that a little. Yeah, that's how I want that. All right. This is the thicker wire, yeah. All right. I need to put a little solder on this wire first. There we go. It's a real blob, but it'll do the trick. All right, and now we'll get the put a little more on there. All right. Where's the existing one? It's a lot more aggressively spaced. Guess the question is this going to work contact-wise? All right, let's see if this all fits inside of the housing now. Yeah, that should line up okay. All right. Wow, it just popped out. Oh, that's super annoying. Just get back in there already, come on. It's been a long day project. Let's not make it rougher on anybody. Shift a little bit to the left. There we go. I don't have enough hands. can't put it down. Because those springs are all pressure braced. So let's put that in. All right, there we go. We've got one in. We can put two in, and there we go. Let's stick up way more than before. In fact, where's the one we can compare against? These are still a little taller, but I suspect we're going to be fine. All right, get this in the cap. Definitely sticking up more than before. And now the moment of truth. Getting all this to fit through this hole. Well, we appear to have some successful rotation going on. Which appears to have left us with a valid connector. Fantastic. So now we just have to take it alongside this. This is where these shims come in. I wouldn't be surprised if we need to change how this works, or at least spread these out a bit. Let's just see how this connects up. Get these so that they're not stacking on each other. Boop. Well, the bad news with that is that I have threaded these out the wrong side, because the way this threads, these come out only on one side of this, and I am frequently getting the wrong side. So let's do what we can here. All right. Once more. So if I just manually I'm not sure how I feel about that. Actually, I kind of like that, having the power connectors come out on that side like that. Yeah. Get all these shims on here. All right. Did I somehow flip it again? I'm on the wrong side. Yeah, that's the opposite side that I need it to be on. I'm gonna shoot. There's a marking, but I'm hoping it's just a marking and not like the cable being damaged, because that doesn't bode well for the future. It's a scuff on the surface, but it's not broke. All right. All right, I need to figure out exactly how to get this screwed on the right side. It's this side, but now I'm wondering if I should tweak things. All right, I need to make sure I know which side to put it on. There. That's the side. All right. All right, get these wires spread out. I mean, the solution might be that I need more to get more shims to adjust how this screws on. So admittedly, I am drastically changing the nature of this. How tight that gets, it needs to be on the opposite side. I basically have removed a half turn from this. Sure would be nice if we didn't have to do it like this. And hopefully once I get it together, I never have to take this bit apart again. Alright, let's detangle all this. Data, data, data. Alright, the opposite side. Alright, that's in there. Interesting, it seems like it every time I do it, the positioning of the wires changes just a little bit. So right there, that's what we want. Right. There we go. And then we should be able to tack that piece on over. I was thinking about maybe running a cable for the crystal up on its own, but I ain't doing that now. There's no room for any more cables than what's already in here. All right, that's in there. There's our cables from the top. Oh, and I am real tempted to just solder that directly to the board and call it a day on that. Let's see. Let me bring up my wiring diagram. So white was data 1. What am I looking at here? 28 gauge. Oop. All right. I see data 1. All right. There's data 1. And I believe yellow was data 2. Data 2, for some janky ass reason, is way down here. Blue goes to free 1. Oh, free 1's underneath data 2. I'm going to remove data 2. Oh man, I just want to make sure. Okay, that's there. Yellow, blue. All right. Blue to free 1. Oh, hold on. I got a little frayed. There we go. Yellow to data 1. Wow, I am having real trouble here. Wow, this is being a bit of a pain. Untwist the wire. wants to go everywhere but the board. And I think it needs a little more solder. This just wire just won't stay still. I mean, it's got to be my hands, but okay, come on. All right. All right. Data wires all hooked up. So power just needs to be connecting to the same as everything else. So I don't know why I was just doing that in the free like that. I am going back to all right, good. All right, we've got that. And then the return is supposed to be both of these two up here. So I'm just gonna clip this. And let's go ahead and bridge the two LED contacts. All right. Well, there we go. Electrically, that should be set. Now, the only issue now is that we do not have... No, that's not set. That's not okay. The battery negative line is way too detached. And I'm gonna put some more on there. All right. Now in there, and that just came right out, so that's fantastic. All right. Everybody in there good? Sorry, I didn't realize I had bumped the camera. Everything appears hooked up fairly securely. All right. All right. Power LED still comes on. Now we just need a way to activate this. So put all this to the side. Need to turn our attention back to this button. All right, what colors was I going to use here? All right, blue for switch for button 2 and green for button 1. Do I have green? I have green. Good. All right, I'm going to do way too much again. Way too much. And C to bat minus, so that's going to be a black wire. 28. 28. 28. All right. So we're going to try to just do it in place right here so that I don't have to monkey with reinserting it and lining everything up again. And I just keep misplacing my solder. There it is. All I got to say is, where is it? And then suddenly, there it is. All right, black. Black for the common wire. And then which one was switch one? Green for switch one. Here's green. Here's switch one. I'm going to need to adjust this. And then blue for switch two. I mean, that's pretty bad that my solder is clumping like that. All right, well, it's in there. Cable maxed, it's true. The computer makes too many noises. I don't know when a message comes in. All right, let's make sure everybody is in there pretty good. All right, we still got clickage. Tighten a little bit more. Just a little bit less. There we go. All right. Well, I mean, that's a button. Now, should be able to run these wires through the cap I have designed. There we go. Don't actually know which one's left or right. I'm realizing that it spins a little freely, so I may have to actually clamp that down in some manner. Normally you would just use the nut that comes with it, but that's not really going to work with this design. All right. No USB port, but this port. All right. Let's just do real quick hookup. Plenty of time to tighten up wires later. So black is, according to my wiring diagram, supposed to just go right back to ground. So I'm gonna use these arms a little bit. All right. All right. We'll do ground like this. All right. I mean, that's on ground. That's good enough for me. All right. Where was blue going to? Blue to button 2, green to button 1. Use this arm to hold that up out of the way, because button 1, oh, this is, what button is that one? That's button 2 up in the corner. Let's see if I can clamp this a little tighter. There we go. I need to get a more flexible cable on this. It just wants to turn it every which way. Let's just put this back here. That's button 2, so that's where blue should be going. All right, that's blue. Green here. That's one of the cleanest ones we've done so far. All right. In theory, we have power buttons. So let's I really need to adjust that black one. That's not a good place. All right. Put there like that. Oh, all right. Let's put the SD card in. That's got, I don't actually know if it's got onboard storage or what, but I mean, was part of setting it all up. All right. We have a power light. Oh, 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 oh. Look at that. Look at that. And if I hook up, if I bring into contact a pixel saber, nothing's happening at the moment. So we'll have to figure that out. But, I mean, that's light. Did I say let there be light? No, but there was anyway. All right. On. Well, the saber's turning on. I could see the individual LEDs animating. So what I'm wondering is if maybe the spacing is actually turning out to be a problem. that, yeah, that's safe to screw off. All right. I mean, I'm pretty psyched about that. Look at that. You can actually see the individual LEDs turning on. You can see it's reacting. But I'm not getting a response from the pixel blade, so contacts are all there. I'm going to try to carefully. Yeah, it's not turning on the blade, which is a real shame because, I mean, if that worked, we're like 2/3 there really on what I was trying to build. Which one's the on? This one's on. I'll try to make it the left one. Left one's on. And she stopped responding. So I'm going to kill the power. Back on. I mean, it's turning on and off. I'm pretty psyched about that. That's huge step forward. But the question now, why is the pixel blade not working? Now, it's possible. Well, I'm going to be a little and just give a bit of a tug. To the ones of these that are angled a little far in. Just in case something's happening with that. Oh, well, that's not great. All right. Gonna have to do this manually, I guess. Is the power on? Power is on. Power is now off. All right, that off the top. Yeah, see, this is where being able to disconnect it is kind of important. But if I give myself enough slack. Haha, oh, what fell? There. Hey, 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 hey. Not the cleanest way of doing that, but a way of doing that. All right. Let's get this lid off. All right. Let's pop this out. See what we can do about the contact spacing. Oh, my shims. Can't lose my shims. Pretty much all these really need to be angling out to work right. Well, to look right at least. Oh, I'm probably going to have to... I mean, only some of these are the wires that are the same solder points that things are hooked up to, and I may have bent this one too much. Yep, that's... Maybe I can bend it back. Dang, so close. So close. I shouldn't have tried to bend any of these. That was a bad idea. If any of you get the bright idea to try to just force one of these pins, do not do it. All right. Dang. So I'm probably going to have to replace that pin now. All right. Back to it. Oh, but he's not springy anymore, so... Wow. Man. Man, oh man. Man, why did I just go and do that? It was just such a ridiculous thing to do. Right, that one's angled out. Oh, no, don't get solder on there. Ah, dang it. It was a dumbass move. I think I'll just tap it real quick. And like, nope, now it's never gonna come off. All right. Well, who knew? I already have to replace a pin. So let's get this one off. All right. I mean, it looks like it came out fairly clean. Where's the bag of pins? This area needs a clean up, but half the stuff is wired together. Well, since everything's wired up, I am going to test it before put that wiring back together. All right. All right, all right. All right, let's see if we can fit a pin in there. Haha, we can, thank goodness. We'll take care of that in a minute. Going to analyze the other pins. This one needs angled out. So we're going to let gravity do the job. Adapter here. Yeah, the relative circle sizes look a little finicky, so I'll bet you anything these ones in the middle are actually contacting the center pole. So I'm probably gonna have to remove a wire or two to get at that, but angling that out looks good. That's straight. All right, time to get this damaged one out. Oh, there we go. All right. Come on, come on. Okay, out of here, vile, damaged pin. And doesn't look like I damaged anybody, thank goodness. Alright, so the real problem I'm seeing here is that there's this pin that's not straight, and that's underneath our cross join here. You know, I need to double check all the wiring on the on all this in case there's something about how I configured it. All right, out of the way. Woo, 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 woo. All right. Okay, looks like this pin is underneath that center portion there. Down, I'm going to get great camera angles for most of this, so you're just going to have to bear with me. Oh, well, that's much better. Excellent. You know, I say better, but nope, definitely better. Definitely better. All right, let's hit the... Let's let everybody use gravity. All right. Well, it's flared out a bit, so that's good, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Right, let's get this one to flare out. Spicy hot in my hands. All right, this one. Could flare more, but let's look at the... Yeah, that looks like that's contacting correctly. All right. Let's insert some pinnage. I suspected this one might be difficult, so I'm gonna do another suction cup. Suction cup. It's not a suction cup. All right, there's that. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, I thought this one was clear. Okay. One more to suction cup. Perfect. All right, let's put some solder on these guys and then we'll adjust their positions. Solder, solder, solder. All right. Let's see how all those turned out. Look good on that one. All right, well, now I need to reattach all the stuff that fell off. And while I'm at it, I'm going to double check the chart just to make sure that this isn't because I mucked up some setting. All right, the positive and the negative are still the same. The negative still needs rebridging. All right, that's plugged in. And I need to triple check that I even have the data line hooked up correctly. All right, so yellow's to data 2. No, white's to data 1. That's working good. I mean, maybe there's a short there. I'll have to check that. There's a short there right now. That's not okay. All right, there we go. Data 2 is the one in the corner, and then blue is blade detect, and red just needs to give all the power. All right, let's get this back on here. All right. That goes there, and this goes there along with it. Except that can't be like that because of the thing, because of how it connects. All right, well, that's hooked up though. All the wires are back in. Let's see if we get lights. Here we go, we got lights. And let's see if we get... We have ignition! All right, all right, all right, all right. Big success. Except I gotta flip this this wire around because that's gonna interfere with the case. All right, get in there. Come on. There we go. All right. Let's come in from this direction. All right, there we go. Double check. Lights on. And response from the adapter. Excellent. So electrically, we solid. So let's get this packaged back up. I gotta say, I think I did a better cleanup job this time on the positioning of the wiring. I think it's gonna look better hooked up. So we're not really coming up on the end of this project, near the end of the day, but I feel like at this point we gotta go over a moral of the story, in which this case is largely don't build stuff yourself unless you like you relish the entire process like I do. You're really not saving any money. You're wasting more of your own time. I had to put a washer on that one. Okay. All right, let's one more. Woohoo! But now we're running into a problem. This is slipping, which is a huge problem. A really big problem. Because if this is slipping, it's not going to hold up to the pressure put by what's above it. So I'm probably going to have to 3D print some kind of retainer to go in there and pad the space up. Just trying to see if there's something laying around that is an appropriate size that I could just chuck in there. Not offhand. All right, well, let's take a measurement. $10 millimeters. 10 millimeters ought to handle it. 23 millimeters wide. 23 by 10. I need to make a note. I'm going to go get my notebook. Hey, Speedy Pie.
I got halfway done and I took a break.
Halfway done.
Folding of stacking.
Got it.
Get this.
Excellent. Thank you for doing all that, sweetie.
Oh, my pleasure.
It doesn't need to be a tight fit in order for it to work. So if I just make a cylinder 23 millimeters, 10 millimeters tall, and then leave a side open so I can slip it around. That will take care of holding it in place. So yeah, that's just sliding out of the way now. There must be something I did to it that's making it act like that. Like, why would it be different? Is it just that I've slipped it in and out so many times? Well, whatever. I want to move on with this at the moment. Where is the piece? There's the piece. All right. Detangle just a little bit. All right. Opposite side of the mark. Since I have changed how far it can twist down. And then do it the right way instead. What am I doing? There we go. It's like this. Come on. All right, she's in. Putting the shims back on. All right. All right. Do this whole thing so we can actually rotate it. Get it actually on. Can't wait for that to be a connector. That should be a top priority. All right, wires are around this side. That is. Whew, boy. I don't like that twist, but should be undoable. Yeah, a little dangling, and there we go. All right, so in theory, I should be able to carefully slip on this cover. All right, there's that. And there's that. This isn't super solid, and I don't like it. Oh, wait, that's right. The screw. I thought that screw offered some form of tightening, but all right. It's all right. That's not structural. Yeah, once that's in, can't even tell. All right. Power On. Do we have light? Oh, now power's on. All right, we got that blue light. All right, I've got an actual Xenoblade. Oh, and she's lit up. That's so fantastic. And also really bad that I forgot to shut off that power. All right. That's one bit done. So the next bit is the crystal chamber to figure out. Ooh, and I left it in... It got some gunk on it somehow. I don't like that. All right. What's it called? The flux. Just scraping it off here. How did that happen? It's just a little tiny patch where some flux got. Great. All right. This one should be a bit simpler. This came with a fuse, though. It's not a fuse. A resistor, they call it. That should have been in the switch. I'm going to remember that later. That's fine. I'll figure it all out later. Oh, I am back, yeah. What am I looking for? I am looking for the resistor. The resistor was in the same bag. Ah, there it is. So, what is this resistor? I'm pretty sure this is for the data line, which is fine. I might just put that in line and then heat shrink it. All right. This guy shouldn't be too bright. Let me look up the stats on... I'm going to look up the electrical stats on this LED just to make sure that we're wiring it up with enough amps. I mean, it's just one LED. Oh, it's just one LED. I can just use the 24 and it'll be fine. Goodness knows there's plenty of it just laying around now. All right. Not the 24, the 22. That's what I have laying around. All right, 22. Let's put some solder on these connectors. There we go. Still, I'm going to look up the stats on this. This is an Adafruit NeoPixel RGB accent. RGB only 50/50. Look on an Adafruit site. They're chainable, which is kind of cool. 5-volt DC. Okay. . 'Cause 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 I see 2 resistors on here already, so I can't help but wonder, what does it mean? I want longer pieces of wire than these. Is this 22? This project is going to waste so much wire. A-okay by me. All right, black for ground. Oh, it's still heating back up. Okay. Well, I don't like how that's working out, so let's put this sucker in the jaws of life. Can't keep a wire still sometimes. All right, there we go. There we go. And now a nice thin white wire for data. Snip. Oh, right, the resistor. Shoot, where did it go? It's right here. All right, well, I bought a box of resistors so that I'll have plenty of spares if this doesn't work out. So I'm just going to go ahead and snip one end of this. Let's see if we can pull this off. Ooh, I'm rather pleased with how that turned out. That looks great. But let's see if we can get it all in the mount. Ooh. Boop, boop. Come on back. I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Almost. Oh, of course, everything's sideways to how I wanted it. So let's see if we can make this work. Little pivot on the way in. And There we go. All right, now we gotta attach to the data wire. All right. Just put a big old blob on there. And attach might need more surface area. Not getting in there. Let's just cable this wants to go everywhere. All right. It's on there pretty good, I think. Let's hook it up and see how it works. 28. 22. Just stripping some wires. There we go. All right. So all this is built on top of this little crystal boy, which let's get that in there. Doesn't need to be detached any further. Where did I put my, there it is. All right, let's get this sized. All right. That's sized right for the crystal chamber. There we go. Crystal chamber is nice and secure. So this really just needs to be shoved inside there. Let's have a look-see doodle at what we need to do power-wise to hook all this up. let's go ahead and pull this out again. All right. So red for a little power. I really need to come up with a solution that's better than that. All right. Really could use more of a surface to be able to mount to. I'm just gonna pop a little solder on this cable. Might be okay, depending on whether or not I just shorted anything. No, it looks good. I mean, it looks rough, but it looks good. Why does the computer keep dinging? What is happening? Nothing's happening. All right, whatever. All right. Where were we soldering this light? The return LED for the crystal chamber goes to this one. Ooh, I think I got that heat resistant stuff. Great, and while that's going on, I'm going to come on, come out. Why are you being... Why was that so difficult? All right, I want this to go under. All right, I should be able to get that soldered in there. There we go. All right, and the data line, which now has a resistor, wires into data 3. Data 3 is a little buried. See what we can do to pull these out of the way. Or I just come at data 3 from the other side. Is that 4 from the end? It is. Why not just come at it from the other side? That's why there's terminals on both sides, right? Wow. All right, I think that's in there. Well, it's ugly, but that should be almost everything wired. Okay, there's no speaker. I need to get the speaker wired in. I'll get that in just a minute. But that's going to be so simple compared to everyone else. So the question is, right now, is this going to turn on? So everything's in there. Power's on. Oh, look at that. That's even the right color. So that means that it's working. Let's turn that off. Let's get that in its chamber. Look at that. That's definitely brighter than before. That's lovely. We got the crystal, we got the accent, we got, I assume the blade is still working. Let's triple check. There it is, blade's still working. All right. I guess the question now is, can we get a speaker running on here? I had a speaker laying around. Here, this one. This is what I am choosing to work with. This connector, I might be that pre-terminated kit I just got might be the right size for this. In which case I'm going to use that. It's the wrong sides of the connectors. What? Pre-crimped cables. Housing. There isn't the other end of this. I guess I could just cut it off something. Where's the core? I have 2 cores here. I don't want to sacrifice the one that's got the RGB in it, but I could do. No, this isn't going to work because this cable is not only long enough to reach about here. Ugh. All right. Well, you know what they say about heat shrink, right? Use it. If I want a speaker, I gotta get a speaker. All right. This is really tiny, so I'm gonna start at. All right, it's 28. Cool. All right, 28. And we'll take. Is this heat shrink small enough? Do I have smaller? I do. So we'll just solder the connection together and then we'll put heat shrink over it to protect it. Easy peasy. Let's move our working structure out of the way first. Oh, that figures. Okay. We'll just use that to hold it up. Grab some 28. Cut off way too much of it as usual. Boom. Some 28 red. Black. Gosh, what time is it? Oh, 5. It's almost 6 o'clock. I've been doing this for like 6 hours. Holy cokes. All right, let's put a little bit of solder on these. Get off me. A little bit of solder on these cables. There we go. All right. It ain't the cleanest or the best in the world, but it'll do. And you know what we'll just do? A little bit of that. Real quick solder heat shrink just. Well, soldering iron heat shrink, not really soldering heat shrink. Should use a heat gun. It's way better. This is just a real quick and dirty way of getting this insulated. All right, great. Now let's get these opposite ends clipped off. Okay. And there's the core and everything. Gonna pull this out. So the speaker terminals are here. So let's get this set up so that I can get a look at them. I don't know if I'm going to get everything back in the core today. I mean, if I can shove all these wires somewhere, I'm gonna, but I may have really overdone it on the wires. All right. All right, speaker minus and speaker plus. That's pretty straightforward. Oh, not enough solder. Never enough solder. Alright, that's the negative. Be real cool if we just turn this on after I plug these in. Oh, that's not okay. That's... Nope, that's not okay either. That's... Nope. I need to trim down these wires. These are too long. And... there we go. Playing slots. I'm not sure what you mean. All right. All right. All right. Let's see if we get audio.
Home directory not found. SD card not found.
That's working.
Home directory not found. Home directory not found.
It turned on and we got like noise came out of it. So that's fantastic. All right. Let's see if we can get it all inside the hilt as is. I'm not banking on it. Oh, this is a lot. Yeah, I don't know about this. So all this needs to go back this way. All this needs to go back this way, which basically means all this needs to fold up inside this body. Nothing says homemade electronics like some Captain tape, however it's pronounced. Let's get another piece of it ready. So much extra wire that is not necessary. Oh, come on. What's going on here? We didn't have any spacing problems before. Is it the cable? It is the cable. This is not an okay place for the cable to live. So much space here in the middle, but down there, nah. Oh, come on. I can't have anything on these corners. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. This is not great here. This is not how this is supposed to be. But all that's fitting in that handle. That's special. All right, the top part is the one that's rather complex because it's got to go up here. All right. To be clear, I think it's ridiculous trying to get this to even possibly fit in the handle without shortening these up, making some connectors, but I'm giving it a go. Because if I can, I'll feel like I can take a break and stop. All right. Immediately, this is a lot less wires now than it looked like a few minutes ago. Let's see what we can do to rein these puppies in. I mean, this is not happening. So I gotta get this all the way up in here. Yep, that's not happening. And now I've tangled everything. So I just need to get I need to shorten a ton of these. So that's just a little connector right here. How many wires total we got going here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 4-pin connectors. That's more or less what I was expecting. But I'm really hungry. It's been a real long time. So I think that's going to be it for today. I'm going to assemble. Oh, I should have made sure there weren't any wires in the way of that, huh? Probably gonna suck. Oh no, something's resisting. It's that tape. It uncame. I know it. It didn't uncame. What was it?
On directory not found.
At minimum, I have proven that this is physically viable. I just have to cut down these wires.
On directory not found.
Oh, I know what it's going on about. I never copied that data to the SD card. I'm going to go grab that. All right, should have audio files on here now. Let's get the thing. There we go. Yeah, thing's already wiggling. I need to 3D print that. Pretty slick. And the base light, it's even like twirling in a circle down there. It's cool. Can't go wrong with that, right? Well, this is probably going to be the one that uses the most energy. Oh, interesting. There's a transition from red to purple. Yeah. So we got some rainbow stuff. So I haven't, it's not like doing different things for the different sections yet. In theory now I have the ability to make this part, this part, this part, and even the switch once it finally has a light all do different things. Oh geez, that's yep. Well, so electrically, that's all working. I just have to scale all this down and get it inside of there, which, as I said, I'm going to take care of tomorrow because I've got a headache and I'm quite hungry. I'm going to transfer a lot of these wires up top, come out to a small connector. Yeah. In fact, I might just take these wires. I'll just take these wires upstairs and eat some food, watch some TV with the wife, and crimp together some small cables. But that's it. I don't know how long it's been. It's been a long time. But anybody stuck with, thanks for watching. See you later.